Hey everyone, this is day 13 where I will be going over Junkrat, Kael'thas, and Kel'Thuzad. Junkrat is from Overwatch, so we can check out his abilities. His trait is here. On death he drops nades. His signature weapon, the frag launcher. Concussion mine, works on enemies or himself. His trap, that roots. And Riptire is his ultimate in Overwatch. So in HOTS, he had everything adapted, and his other heroic is Rocket Ride. They're both nukes that hit very hard if you can land them. They both have a delay. This one has the cast delay and the landing delay. And Riptire is an actual unit that needs to get close to deal damage. His 20 upgrades. This one lets you spam Riptire. You get a free reset if you hit 3 heroes. And I would probably change this one out. Your Scamp, it lets him get his other ultimate if he takes Rocket Ride and then upgrades it. Also slightly reduces the cooldown, so he has access to 2 level 10 heroics. I'd probably remove this also and make it specialization just for Rocket Ride. Cannonball is strong because Frag Launcher is the majority of his damage. So that's probably fine at 20. This last 20 is this one, the Rocket Ride mount, which he gets after using Rocket Ride and dying. I don't think that's worth the 20. If I would keep it in, I would lower the tier where you would get that. And we can go back. His tier probably high, I think. Pretty good poke damage, especially with endless nades at 16. Familiarity, I'm medium with him. He has some displacement with concussion mine. Two bot carries? What? His 16, he can upgrade his frag launcher. You pick one of 3 variants. He has the burst one, spread volley. This one can also shotgun, so it deals the most damage, also at point blank. It's an active with like 45-second cooldown or something. I can double check that one. Endless Nades is for high sustained DPS. You need to hit like, you can see 12 seconds divided by 1.5 is 8 hits. So if you can hit all 4 nades and hit 2 heroes, you can get a free reset. Burst Fire. Also has shortened cooldown, but you lose 1 shot. I would change this one to be remove cooldown bonus. Adds 2 additional max charges. So it will burst fire 6 shots, but you can't stop it. And I believe burst fire targets one location. You can't like change it after you cast it.
Life signs negative. Heroes unresponsive. MVP.
Endless Nades is fine. I would probably change Spread Volley to not be an active, but to be a passive. Cooldown 30 seconds. So every like 3rd or 4th cast, you can activate Spread Volley. I changed this to be passively on, but extra grenades only deal 50% additional damage. So this one focuses on just more area damage. Because I was trying to move the burst focused into burst fire. So this is for sustained, this is for burst damage, and spread volley is for AoE damage. Is what I'm trying to push each variant to be. Well, we can say, but grenades only deal like 70% damage each. So all 3 grenades have the same damage, but grenades only deal 70% damage each. So the math, instead of 100 plus 50 plus 50, which is 200, this is 70 times 3, 210. So I mean, it's still shotguns for double damage, but it's mainly for AoE damage. Cannonball is fine. You have a damage quest. Case for explosions is his only quest. I might just move that to 1. You need to hit 200 times. 4% damage. Actually, I might drop this down to 60. Because if you max the quest, then the grenades would deal back to 100% damage. Extra wound timers is fine. The last hit deals bonus damage. And then I was thinking of maybe making a steel trap quest, which would have been, I think, this one, big as. Quest added to steel trap 10 heroes. So I would move this at 1 as a quest. So yeah, steel trap 10 heroes, then the reward also makes it prioritize heroes. And then I also wanted to split this so you can take every trap talent. We have we could maybe push, wait a second. Not trap them all. I might actually make this 20 talent. Because we have the trap chases, silences, and roots for 2 seconds. And then I was thinking of 3 traps at 20. Yeah, I'm pretty tempted. So probably have Sticky Wicket first. Because if you're rooted, you can't use mobility spells. Silence is kind of an extension to that, so you can't use any spells. Chattering Teeth is more special. And then got Trap all. I move this to 20. Reduce cooldown to 6 seconds. Max traps to 3. So this is, you can go like a trap build at 20, very obnoxious traps because you cannot like demine them. I mean, that's kind of the reason why these two are in the same tier. You have to pick between hero-specific traps or multiple traps. I am actually allowing you to take both by pushing multiple traps to 20. Let's see, we also have Concussion Mine. Boom Pow is probably too plain for my taste. But Ripper Air is fine because it's kind of gimmicky mobility use for him, which is just using Concussion Mine on yourself. Bogged Down is good, or it's okay. I might remove the armor reduction from that. And replace this with armor reduction. Now, bog down, repair, and yeah, boom. Ow. Is changed to heroes hit have 15 reduced armor for 3 seconds. We are taking this from big as, remove armor reduction. His trait, he has Dirty Trickster. Which triggers when he's low or CC'd. That one is good. Kind of a deterrent to melee enemies, because Total Mayhem has a slight delay. His other talents, he has some attack talents, which is like Tricky Shuffle. He doesn't really attack. So I might switch that out. So he has a slow or reposition with his mind, slow with the talent. I mean, that's all his you see it defensively he has. So my thing about that. He also has this attack talent, bombs away, another thing for his basic attack, which I don't think he really uses. Blow him up is a hybrid talent. Just increases his damage when he hits with W or E. This one's fine. I hate waiting. I was going to demote this to maybe like 13. So, we can take out one talent because he has, I think, 22. And then he has the 2 attack talents that I am thinking about. And I think I went over every other talent besides his 20 upgrades. Bonus damage with attacks. I mean, he has 2, really? Bombs away, 30%. And then Tricky Shuffle. And I think Frag Launcher, we can see, definitely has enough talents. So we can have something with his trait or other.
I'm here, aren't I?
I don't know if we can change Ripper Air to be anything hit by it instead of just specifically him. Because Concussion Mine knocks back for max displacement, 14 distance. Okay, yeah, maybe 15%, 50% of that for enemies is kind of insane. So we can actually make like a mobility tier. I think you put the mount, you put Ripper Air, and then maybe just something that increases his base MS, like Tricky Shuffles. I'm thinking of making Tricky Shuffles like when you use basic ability. When you cast the basic ability, increases MS. So you can Star Step with Frag Launcher easier. And I think that makes more sense than that only kicking in when you dump all your charges. Because you get increased attack damage, but you don't really do attacks. And then the MS is just so you can run away and wait for Frag Launcher to be back up. But Frag Launcher already has an insane range. So you don't really need that part. So we put the mobility tier at probably like 7 was what I was thinking of. Because 16 is his Frag Launcher variant, 13 is the tier for upgraded abilities, 1 is quests, and 4 is a minor upgrade for abilities. We have this as another tricky shuffles. Using a basic ability, increases movement speed by 15% for 2 seconds. Or more, maybe 1 second. Because 2 seconds just makes you seem uncatchable, honestly. We can space Frag Launcher out to be like 8 seconds, and the rest of your ability to pretty much have too high of an uptime.
Killing spree. Come on.
No mercy for the wicked.
Choose a talent.
Using a basic ability increases movement speed by 15% for 1 second. This is new. Oh, it's supposed to be 10%. Yeah, that's right. No, let's try 15 because it's very short.
Retreat. A clever ploy.
And then I was also going to make taster explosions apply to basic attacks because one, I took out some of his basic attack taunts, and two, it would match cannonball, which also applies for basic attacks. The quest will still require it to be frag launcher hits, but this is just
As you wish.
added part to the reward.
Try me.
Our ally needs help.
Okay, seems he gives up. Because his build is not a healer build. Very nice.
The enemy is attacking our core.
And where was that? Taster explosions. Also increases basic attack damage. Oh, that's just a change. I think we have them all, so let's start pointing things down.
Our core is under attack.
The third one, yes, is blow them up. Don't have a third quest, but this is a conditional trigger. Instead, we have 7, which is movement tier. We have Ripper Air. I hate waiting.
Such daring.
Are we making a comeback?
Under attack. Choose a talent.
And then the third one would have been my tricky shuffles. Uh, 16 stays the same with these 3.
MVP.
We have the cannonball stays at 20. And the triple traps is also a 20. Which means 13 we get some some ability upgraded talents such as chattering teeth is pretty much switched location with sticky wicket. Yeah, I think this the trap build this should be 13. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's correct. That means sticky wicket has to be at 4. And same with the concussion mine. Boom pow is at 13. Where bogged down has to be at 4. There's some extra CC. This is silence or a slow. 13. I might make Dirty Tricksters a 4. And extra wound timers would actually be pushed to 13. Your frag launcher talents at 1, 13, 16, and 20. If this is a 13 talent, it probably needs buff because it used to be a level 1 talent. I will increase the damage to 200%. So the 4th grenade deals triple damage, and the first 3 grenades deal 100% damage each. Math-wise, that makes the last grenade hit as hard as the first 3. So this is an extra burst of the tip. Bonus damage increased to 200%. I think all these numbers are technically additive in game mechanics wise. But I'm not gonna nitpick on that. And then we have the heroic upgrades. Let's see. Rip tire. Kind of makes you very vulnerable because it's a channeling. And if you get interrupted, it cancels the ability. So unlike other channeling spells, which have an effect while channeled, this one doesn't. You have to release it. I'm just comparing like Nazebo or something. Deals damage based on distance to it and an ox back. So we cooldowns there kind of hefty, both of them are 75. Tire. Thinking of increasing the speed. Or actually... And what if I made it non-channeling? Just give it AI to like target the closest enemy? I mean, it's kind of a complicated unit to control though. Or I was thinking of giving it speed and like a dot to enemies near it. Like we pretend it rolls over enemies for damage.
This is going to be just wonderful.
Time remaining.
All right.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Or what if we made just make the tire itself invulnerable? Oh, we're fighting a Junkrat. Perfect. So then that only count, because the counterplay is to destroy it or like jump away if you feel like he's going to detonate it.
Encouragement activated. You will do better next time.
Looks like I won't be dying today.
Or maybe just add a heavy slow after it explodes. Yeah, let's check the radius of Riptire.
You dare.
Select a talent.
Which is 6. It's pretty big. Yeah, I was thinking of adding a heavy slow like ETC's stage dive. So this way you are rewarded for hitting as many enemies as possible, because the slow, unlike the damage, is flat and won't be scaled based on distance. This would be similar to the old 20 upgrade, which which rewards you for hitting multiple heroes. We can see ETC's upgrade makes it very strong. It's a 50% slow. And the upgrade adds more slow, I think plus 30% slow, so it's like 80%.
Select a talent. Skill confirmed.
Yeah, stage dive is 80% slow for 4 seconds. Yeah, let's have something similar. So, my new extra oomph will be I mean, the increased knockback distance is actually kind of bad.
Or not.
If I added the slow, because it will usually push the enemies away, unless you can get behind them.
I shall aid you in your fight. I could use assistance. I'm here.
Double kill. Elimination complete. Double kill.
We live by the blade.
So yeah, let's just remove the extra knockback also, and rip
MVP.
tire explosion. Explosion slows movement speed by 75% for 4 seconds. So this is now a good initiation. And for Rocket Ride, we can maybe just increase the AoE. Just to make it easier to land or hit more people. The AoE is 3. So yeah, let's maybe like a 25% increase in damage and AoE. I'm calling this the big one. I feel like this is May's snowball though. The big one, rocket ride damage and area of effect increased by 25%. Radius is now 3.75, almost the size of a mosh pit. And it will hit really hard. So yeah, I think those two are done. And then next we have Kael'thas. He is from Warcraft. He is a blood mage. So we can check out his moveset. He has the Flame Strike, which actually deals a dot instead of the instant burst. It has a long delay, just like Flame Strike. This is one of the longest delays at 1 second. Banish. I don't think it's the equivalent of this in HOTS. The Ethereal State. They cannot attack and they take more magic damage. We could easily implement the more magic damage as spell armor reduction. Siphon mana is like Gul'dan's Drain Life, except it's just mana. Phoenix is his ultimate. It will revive like Kurgan's Ultralisk Thorask 20 upgrade. And I would probably move that to Phoenix if possible, because that is a very signature effect of Phoenix. So his tier, he is high, good damage. He has very long range with Flamethrower and Ignite. He can also go anti-tank with Burned Flesh. And obviously Living Bomb punishes bad players. Or it helps if your eyes have good displacement, like Garrosh Throw or Zarya ulti or something. Familiarity, I'm probably high with him. He also has his own combo, Stun, Flame Strike, Living Bomb. You can easily throw all 3 spells at a single target. And as long as the stun connects, they can't do anything about it. I think I'm going to auto attack this game. His other heroic is Pyroblast, an enormous nuke of a damage that is single target, so it's unavoidable. Has a hefty cast time of 1.5 seconds, I think. And the explosion has a splash damage of like 50% damage to nearby targets. But that usually never matters, because the enemies can definitely split apart by the time Power Blast lands. It is pretty slow. And you usually Power Blast the back line. Easily over half-life damage to glass cannons. His 20 upgrades. He has the bigger explosion from Pyroblast. Presence of Mind and reduce cooldown if he spreads with Living Bomb or it's with Flame Strike, I believe. Yeah, I'd probably change that to focus more on making the spell stronger. And the Phoenix upgrade increases duration by, I think, doubled and allows you to move it once. The Phoenix also has, I think, 50% splash when it attacks. It's invulnerable. And it's not really a unit, so you can throw it over a cliff. Which is why making it revive is a bit awkward. Because it's not an actual unit. Rebirth.
Choose a talent.
Yeah, bad part about all attacking is there's Cassia who can blind. But mainly because I'm fighting 2 tanks is why I am going auto attack. And especially since I have 2 healers.
Resilience cannot be shaken. Is strong, mortal.
Other 20s, Master of Flame is probably one of the weakest 20s. Because it doesn't provide immediate benefit. And again, Living Bomb only punishes bad players. Flamethrower is good. It has cast range bonus and cooldown reduction for Flame Strike, which is his most damaging spell. For basics. He has a lot of talents that affect his traits for Verdant Spheres. But I barely know what they do, and I don't think anyone takes them because... it's not because like they're bad, but I don't even know what they do, but it's because they're against very strong talents to compete against. We have like 16 Ignite is the strongest, or Fury of the Sunwoe is good for pushing mainly. And then you can see he has Twin Spheres down there. Which no one really would take. His other talents like has 7 sphere talents, which no one should take also, and also at 1 you should pretty much always take Mana Addict.
Such daring.
I'm ready to continue.
Triple kill.
How impressive.
Choose a talent.
I'm ready to continue.
So I would actually give him some interesting quests, such as making Master of Flame a level 1 quest. And also do something about convection because it's very boring. And I would make a third quest for Verdant Spheres. It would probably be an additional charge. In case you want to focus on all his abilities and not just a specific one. That's why it's also at 1.
I'm moving here. Your fear betrays you.
Double kill. Triple kill. Quad kill.
Feel my wrath. Hardly a challenge.
Mayhem. Well done.
A victory for all who stand against the shadow.
Well done.
Also wanted to give him some talents that only kick in when he empowers his spells through Verdant Spheres.
Victory.
So, brainstorming, we have Flame Strike, Living Bomb, and Gravity Lapse. We also have Verdant Spheres. So I wanted to make Master of Flames a 1 quest. Quest added to quest added to spread Living bomb 20 times. The reward is that, and baseline also 20% plus 20% spread damage. Also plus 20% spread damage. That part is always active. So that this is a mixture of Master of Flames, Sun King's Fury into a quest, and we are moving this to 1. So the quest is all about the spread of Living Bomb. Ignite is good hybrid talent. Pyro, he has like a Living Bomb tier here. I don't know, I'd probably split these out. But I also change them because they're not as useful. This is a slow one. It's kind of weird because Living Bomb has a 3-second delay, and slowing them afterwards doesn't make sense really. This one helps with spreading Vision Bomb. That one's okay. Pyromaniac helps him do spam more, and this works against structures actually, since it's any enemy hero and any enemy hits, not just heroes. You can yeah. So I would probably remove this just so he can spam less and just give him slightly more damage. Gravity Lapse. Actually, let's do that later. Flame Strike, we have all this. Fury of the Sunwell, because I would actually move this into a quest. Quest added to hit 2+ heroes. Quest added to hit 2+ heroes with a cast. I think this is also 20 hits. Plus quest added to hit 2+ heroes with a cat to hit 2+ heroes. Gain 10 damage up to 200. Because so you need to do this 20 times, right? But you need to hit 2 enemies. I mean, every cast only progresses by 1. You need to do this 20 times. So I'm also mixing Convection with Fury of the Sunwell. Quest added to hit 2+ heroes, gain 10 damage up to 200. And also reward, which is the delayed second Flame Strike. Master of Flames. Is that? This is... I would probably move Flamethrower earlier and remove the cooldown. Remove cooldown bonus. The range gets to about like 10-ish. Wait, no, it is 10. It adds range gets to 14 with flamethrower. Very far. And we can make this an early talent because it just increases the range. This is what, 1, 2, 3. This is Ignite's more of a hybrid talent. Maybe move this out to other. So I wanted empowered talent for each ability. I'd probably put them at the same tier, maybe like 7-ish. We can have burned flesh, empowered flame strike, also deals 25% more damage. So empower, I'm talking about using verdant spheres because you can see it adds an effect, right? That's the whole point of this trait. It makes it more powerful. So with the talent, it adds a second effect. For flame strike, we have more damage. For living bomb, we will have something. Now I was thinking for gravity lapse, we actually have this is a callback to banish. Empowered gravity lapse reduces spell armor by 30 for its stun duration. Let's see. And then the quest would be Twin Spheres. So you can land 2 empowered abilities. This one stuns for 1.5 seconds. This one. Actually, this one doesn't really need to be empowered to make it do more damage. This one also doesn't really matter because you cannot living bomb them twice. I don't actually know why you're not allowed to like refresh living bomb. Oh, it doesn't say here, but I'm pretty sure you cannot cast living bomb on someone already affected. If I would to make the change, I would allow if you cast the second living bomb to automatically detonate the first one. It makes more sense with his verdant spheres, makes it have no mana and cooldown. So you can drop both on a single target. Let me just show you that you can't do that. Just make sure I'm not going crazy. So if I were to do that, I would maybe give that to you, I think, as a baseline for living bomb. So I'm talking about the fact you cannot living bomb a guy twice. Like, did I miss? That is what I'm talking about. So I will let you be able to living bomb twice, and then if you cast it again on him, it instantly explodes the first one. So this would be a baseline change to living bomb. Living bomb, if casted on already living bomb enemy, the first cast prematurely detonates. If casted on an already living... If casted on an already living bomb enemy, the first cast prematurely detonates. Twin spheres, I would do this. The quest is... Quest to land all 3 basic abilities on a hero in 3 seconds. Do it 5 times, earn a second charge. Maybe do it like 10 times. Quest to land 3 basic abilities on a hero in 3 seconds. Do it 10 times, earn a second charge. So we push this at 1. Land 3 abilities, you just, do that and then drop these 2. It shows that you can combo and you are rewarded with 2 spheres. We can maybe also look at... I think just WoW Mage, right? Let's just look at the Pyro abilities, maybe? I feel like some of his things draw from that, like Pyro Blast. We can also have... What was that? Sun King's Fury. Be something related to... I'm still the name, Sun King's Fury. Something related to spell power. Maybe activating Verdant Spheres increases spell power. Well, I think it's somewhere here, right? This one? Activating Verdant Spheres increases spell power by 10 for 5 second stacks. This actually, maybe let's say for 6 seconds. Okay, so if you cast Verdant Spheres, you actually cannot cancel it until you use it up. So you can pretty much use it up for free by casting Living Bomb. That's a thing. So for this buff, you can have 100% uptime as long as you immediately use spheres and then cast something. This is how you permanently get 10 spell power, is my plan. He doesn't attack, so it's kind of weird making him attack with that. Or yeah, we can just call this Sunfire Enchantment. The stacks reference is just because you can get 2 stacks of through twin spheres. So if you wanted to Verdant Sphere cast this, and then Verdant Sphere cast this, and then Living Bomb, you would get 20 spell power. His other sphere talents suck. This one is just mana. This one is healing. Mana Addict, I'm probably going to change slightly to I'm gonna straight out remove the reward, because this is such a must-have talent that nothing else is comparable. That's why I am pretty much greatly nerfing it. This would be reference to Siphon Mana, so regeneration globes grant 100% more mana. I think Leeming has something like this. Which is, I was thinking, Power Hungry. I might put the spell power thing and then put these two together in the same tier. Let's say and 10 spell power for 20 seconds, an exact copy of Leeming's. This is new, pretty much a replacement. I will maybe have this last power or not. Let's see, 4. Gravity Lapse, he also has only 2 talents to pick from. You pick one. One is reduced cooldown, mana cost, because 90 is one of the highest possibilities. And another wind increases range. I believe this is pretty much the always must-have pick for this tier. You pretty much make it free if you hit a hero, and you desperately need a range. Kind of slow. Range makes it into like 12-ish. So I would probably have something with increased range. And something that lets it pierce maybe all enemies hit, but that requires it to be empowered. Yeah, if we split the mana cost, you either pick between increased range or some type of mana. So yeah, let's say Nether Wind is remove mana refund part. So it's just range. And then Energy Royal would be restores. Restores like 5% of max mana per hero hit. So that would be like 25-ish mana. You need to hit like 4 targets. Refund. Maybe that's too weak. Let's say doors 10%. mana. Restores 10% of max mana per hero hit by gravity lapse. So this is kind of like the drain mana, except it won't actually drain, it is just restoring his mana. So 50 mana refund per hero hit. If you empower it, you can hit 3, so you can actually get back mana. So that's okay there. I wanted an empowered talent for Living Bomb. So we have like a spell power tier. I don't know if I should put these three together. So it's like you want to get some extra mana or spell power. You only pick one. Verdant Sphere probably needs more. Definitely needs more talents related to. Wait, I mean, Sunfire Enchantment is. This is a Verdant Sphere. So that one increases spell power. It's for. Helps with your damage. I don't really have anything for. One, two. This one needs something. Let's say empowered living bomb. So if you empower a living bomb, right? You can cast living bomb twice. So the first one is empowered. Empowered living bomb. Okay, see, then the slow would actually make sense. Because you can empower living bomb, right? So let's just call backdraft. And then throw a second living bomb at them. It would detonate the first one, applies this slow. And yeah, I mean that's it. And then you get some extra damage from the detonation of the first living bomb. So this is actually backdraft. Our living bomb explosion slows movement speed by maybe a slight buff, because this only applies to the empowered version. So since we're talking about empowered version, I will assume spread living bombs are just never empowered. They won't like snapshot the empowered empowered state or anything. let's say slows movement speed by like 50% for for 2 seconds. Yeah. Because if you don't prematurely detonate it, it will come out with a 3-second delay. This is why the slow is pretty strong. Other strong slows are like Stukov's W, his weighted postal, as a heavy slow. Fission bomb. I might up the numbers slightly. We can check. Living bomb radius is 3.3. That's actually a lot bigger than I expected. Okay, no. Maybe fission bomb is fine. 0.2 increase is 0.66, which makes the radius about 4. The size of a mosh pit? And why is everything... Do I measure things in mosh pit? Yes, I do. That sounds bigger than I kind of expected. So I guess, yeah, we'll leave fission bomb. So we have, like, the quest, the empowered talent. Maybe, like, at least one more talent for each basic ability. I'm thinking I really need to start designing what the other 20s are. Also took out the bonus cooldowns for Gravity Lapse because it is actually a strong spell.
Seems you've proven useful, healer.
I think I'll probably keep activating Verdant Spheres. Gives you some mana back. Because he does have mana issues. And probably like 5%. With a 6-second cooldown, which means like regenerates about 1% mana per second, which is like plus 5 mana regen per second. That might actually be too high. I think is 5% here. Mana tap. Oh yeah, we could put the mana talents together, which would be these 3. So this one can't really be used in team fights because there are no globes. This one can always be used. This one requires you to hit though. So they all are activated in different situations. Yeah, I'll probably remove the spell power from Mana Addict. Just so the spell power is specifically tied to Verdant Sphere charges. So the quests at 1, I will probably put the mana upgrades at 4 so you can have them early. I was thinking maybe a 20 would be like something that doesn't focus on his heroics because his basics do hit hard. So I would have like Sun King's Fury, it just passively grants maybe like 20 spell power? 15, 20 spell power? I know Li Ming has Taurash's Elements, which only goes up to 20% spell power and is conditional. But that's kind of been power crept by like Orphea, who can reach 60 spell power. And it's not that hard to reach. So I think a passive 20 for 20 talent isn't OP. Let's just call this Sun King's Fury. Gain 20 spell power. This would actually also buff his heroic slightly. Removing this part.
One of our forts has fallen. I will not be stopped. Behold, it seems you've proven useful. Enemy slain. You call that a killing spree?
And maybe the last 20 would be related to his trait.
Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty? Keep destroying. That took long enough. Smile on you. I will triumph.
Let's see if we can get inspired by some wild mage things.
None shall be spared. My strength returns. Enemy slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Back to Kel'Thuzad. Quad kill. You serve the heavens well, heroes. MVP.
I was thinking maybe something like Pyromaniac. Let me just count how many I have. I have like 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I need 2 more. Maybe just start pulling things down. I just need to remember that I have 3 for each talent. I was going to do the quests. Or at 1 we have the double flame strike one. We have Master of Flames. And we have twin spheres. They all have kind of a hard condition, not just hits. 4 will be the mana tier. We have Energy Royal. Mana Tap. And Mana Addict. 7, we have the Empowered talents, which would be Burn Flesh, Backdraft, and Banish. So these are at 7. At 10, we have the 2 heroics. They are baseline fine. Oh, I think Rebirth, it used to be only be a single cast. I guess you could keep moving it. Oh, only once per cast. And the easiest change to Rebirth would be Phoenix. $7 You just reduce the cooldown to match its duration, so you can always have it up. Yeah, I would probably say Phoenix. Duration increased to 10 seconds. Rebirth Phoenix cooldown is reduced to 10 seconds. So you can always have a Phoenix up, but it keeps like coming out from you every time you recast it. But I guess that can't be helped. Presence of Mind. Radius is 3, right? Increased the radius by 50%. Or how is that? Wait, we have Ignite. Flame Strike applies to Living Bomb, and I was thinking we could also have let's see, other heroic abilities apply Living Bomb ways. Because that with Phoenix is kind of crazy. Ignite only applies living bomb to 1. Okay, yeah, I think this is possible. So we have Ignite, site change, places, applies living bomb to all heroes hit by flame strike. So just 1, and instead of unaffected by living bomb, applies living bomb to all heroes hit by flame strike. So if you're already affected, you take the explosion, you get reapplied. So you can obviously apply living bomb to multiple enemies at once with Ignite, which definitely makes this a 16 talent. I don't know what else would actually be a 16 talent. Actually, we might have a competing talent here, which would be Pyromaniac, applies living bomb to all enemies hit by a hero, hit by a heroic ability. So because of that, Phoenix can keep reapplying living bomb and detonating it, right? So the DPS of that might be too high. So I believe it attacks twice a second. So we need to change Phoenix. Attack speed reduced by half, damage is doubled. So it doesn't like keep detonating living bomb easily. So this one, yeah, I guess those two actually make sense at those two could actually be a actually they were a 16 talent. So the detonation is about 2/3 of the damage. We can make the other you're typing something there. The other living bomb talent here would be combustion. Living bomb explosion damage increased by 100%. Wait, this is... all these should be new. I don't know why I keep putting new. I mean, this one is kind of a change. Applies living bomb to all heroes hit by flame strike or heroic ability, or increased explosion damage, right? Living bomb explosion damage increased by 100%. We have these at actually, yeah, at 16, right? Yeah, 16. And then we have these three at 13, it would seem. Force the mana tier, 7 is the empowered tier. 13 is here, 16 is the living bomb tier. You got buffs because they're pretty crazy. Presence of mind. Remove cooldown bonus, remove cooldown effect. Explosion radius increased to 100%. So this is 6 radius from 3 to 6, which is pretty big, like this big. That with Pyromaniac can easily apply living bomb to everything, right? Like that. And then you have that with like Master of Flames, and then with where's the increased AoE one? Vision Bomb. Wait, do I have too many talents? Those 3 would be here. This one would probably be the 20, and then this one would be something else, I guess. Let's say 15% stacks to 13. And then this would be the other 20, I guess we would change it because we have spell power tied to trait. And then this one would be maybe would I want increased radius for all abilities? Or all basic abilities? Because flame strike radius of 2, 3. What we said the radius of 4. 25% increased radius for this one, and this one actually has a hitbox. And we would change Vision Bomb. Actually, I think these could be 13 instead of 7. Because 7, then we would have 2 cast range things. And a fusion bomb. I probably don't want the increased AoE idea. So let's say these are at 7 instead. The empowered versions would all be at 13. These are at 7. This one is 20. 1 for the trait. And then we have one more at 20. Let's say we have spell power here. I don't know what I want to say. Takedowns reset all basic abilities. I'm just out of ideas. This is just pretty much copying Lee Min. Okay, I'll probably not go with this approach. Maybe casting Flame Strike automatically casts another cast actually casting Flame Strike automatically casts another Flame Strike at an enemy hero nearest to you. So yeah, instead of half cooldown, we have double Flame Strike. with pretty much double explosion because it's delayed. Yeah, I'm tempted to do something like this. Sun King's Fury, casting Flamethrower, which is his... I don't know if you want to call it his signature spell, Flame Strike. Whoops. Will automatically cast another towards the closest enemy hero. Sun King's Fury, casting Flame Strike will automatically cast another to the closest enemy hero. Yes. So this would be here. A Flamethrower talent at 20. So yeah, I think this is it for Kael'thas. I actually changed a lot. Like 75% of his tree. There's a focus on... You can focus on any ability. Or just focus on spheres, so you're an all-rounder. So yeah, I think that's good. Lastly, we have Kel'Thuzad. He is from Warcraft. He is... Or he helps Arthas a lot in the Warcraft story. He would be based on the Lich. The Lich kind of has a lot of ice spells. Again, he's not like only an ice caster, he's more of a dark user. His tier is... I might put him low. Just one, he has a high skill cap. Familiarity at medium, I was saying. He has a high skill cap. So I'm calling the tier more like for average players. If you were good with him, then yeah, you could maybe shine. Other than that, he
10 seconds.
really needs to land his abilities to do damage.
5, 4,
He gets dived upon pretty easily,
1. Localize
and his damage is pretty much only through his combo. And then when it's on cooldown, he doesn't do much.
Be there shortly.
So as to heroics, we have Frost Blast. Actually, let me go back to his iteration in Warcraft 3. He has Frost Nova as his first, except it's not a skill shot in Warcraft. He has Frost Armor, which they kind of made into a talent. Armor of the Archlich. This one, armor in Warcraft 3 is only for physical attacks, so the talent only gives physical armor, I believe. And his third, he sacrifices an ally to get mana. Dark Ritual. Yeah, it should be called Dark Ritual. It's kind of like Gul'dan's version, except Gul'dan is life-based. His ultimate is Death and Decay, which they actually moved into a basic ability. Death and Decay functions very differently in Warcraft 3. It's a channeled, enormous AoE field that deals percentage-based damage. So onto his heroics, he has Frost Blast, which is not a skill shot. It's like the ice version of Pyroblast, except it roots for 2 seconds. Pretty short cooldown at 50 seconds. And it's good for him because Death and Decay is a dot on the ground. And then his other one is Shadow Fissure. It's notably a global cast.
Select a talent.
Has a long delay, 1.5 seconds. But if you can connect, it pretty much resets the mana and drops the cooldown to 1.5. Or maybe it doesn't reset the mana.
Vital signs negative. Been slain.
The upgrades, Death Chill, spreads it. So it's pretty much like takedowns trigger another Frost Blast. That one, if you can chain kills through a team fight, you can permanently root the enemy team. And it's an absolute game changer. Other one, Might of the Scourge. Um, it pretty much never lands by itself. You require the team to capitalize on it through chain stunning. So yeah, when you hit with your ulti, another cast comes out. If I would change that, I might remove the cannot trigger itself aspect, just so it can infinitely trigger itself. Because it requires hitting an enemy hero, and if they are standing still for that long, I would let it trigger itself, like Eternal Feast from Orphea. I might have to check the delay. I believe so. You connect it, there's the 1 second delay, and then another fissure comes up, right? So I think there's a total 2.5 seconds of a delay. I might adjust that slightly. I'll also make it harder to escape from the chaining. If I actually removed that delay and then only had the 1.5 seconds, which is from the base ability. His other 20s, he has the Shade, which lets him duplicate Death and Decay. Another person like that is Mephisto with his Shade at 20, who can duplicate Lightning Nova. Yeah, I mean, these two spells actually have insane DPS when doubled. So they are worth the 20. I don't know if I could reduce it to 16 or if that'd still be too strong. So I'll think about that. This other 20 is some mobility thing, Shifting Malice. It has an insanely long cooldown. 4 minutes, but it's reset upon takedown. I don't like it at 20 if I would keep it. Kel'Thuzad also, notably, his trait is important because he gets at half of max stacks, 15 out of 30. He gets access to Glacial Spike, which allows him to combo against solo enemies. And at 30, when he finishes it, he gets an enormous spike of 75 spell power. This is also why you need to be good with him. You need to land abilities to get more damage, else you have no impact upon the game.
Enemy forces eradicated. MVP.
So we have the abilities, Death and Decay, Frost Nova, Chains of Kel'Thuzad, and his trait, Master of the Cold Dark. So the Kel'Thuzad is more of a combo mage. You literally just throw all your spells properly in the right sequence, and then you can delete squishy people in one combo. You can see these three affect his basic abilities, and then something he gets stronger at max stacks. 30 Blight. Well, let's go over the abilities by themselves. We have the Plague Lance, increases duration and radius, which is good. Duration is increased by 50%. These are kind of like mini quests because they get stronger later. Accelerated Decay, it feels fitting that the DPS of the Death and Decay ramps up. That one's good. Arcane Echoes allows you to spam it more if you hit a hero. I don't really like that part. The cooldown part. I would probably have something that allows Death and Decay, the pool to always trigger. Because if you do not hit anything, the pool does not get created, which I can show you. Also wanted to check out his 20. You have, you just miss and then nothing happens. I'll probably add the talent so the pool gets created even if you don't hit anything. Damage stacks for this thing. This is Frost Armor from Warcraft 3, kind of Armor of the Archlich. I wanted to show you Might of the Scourge. So his ult, 1.5 second delay, enemies can see that, explodes. And then if you hit an enemy, so 1 second delay and then another 1.5 second delay. Yeah, if you hit multiple targets, it just starts like cloning itself like this. This is kind of why the secondary cast does not cast it trigger itself. Or I can just remove that extra delay. And yeah, just keep it so that secondary cast cannot trigger itself. So it will make this harder to dodge, and you kind of depend on the team to group enemies up, like a Zarya. Pull, right? If you can grab 5 people, you just drop one of that, and then you have 5 stacked versions, which just instantly deletes the enemy team. So his 2 heroics are Frost Blast, Shadow Fissure, and then the upgraded ones are Death Chill, which is good, and Might of the Scourge. Remove the 1 second delay. So you actually have to, I don't know if you can just manually run. You should be able to manually run out within 1.5 seconds. You can see movement speed is like, does it say here? Okay, I don't think it says here. But you have 1.5 seconds to run 2.25 radius. Which should definitely give you enough time. I think removing the delay is fine, it just makes this thing come out faster. Especially because when you hit, this gets reset, right, to 1.5 seconds, and then it'll pretty much be that this... Wait, I mean, that doesn't reset Shadow Fissure, right? I'll assume it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't reset that. It has the same area initial delay, which starts after. Yeah, okay. So then with the 1 second remove delay, the echoed Shadow Fissures will appear at the same time your Shadow Fissure finishes. So yeah, that's fine. Arcane Echoes, I was probably gonna change this into like... Let's just call this something else. Death and Decay leaves a pull at the end if no enemies were hit. This will probably be an earlier talent because this is like the damage talent. And this one is more like it's weaker because you usually do want to hit because it guarantees you have the dot under them. But this is more of a zoning tool. If you miss, you still have the pull for a few seconds. It's pretty weak. So you don't have to take the talent. You can if you want. That should be fine. Master of the Cold Dark has Ice Cold as one of the talents. It lets you spam it more. Because Glacial Spike has a 30-second cooldown. You pretty much never use this part of 4-second destination. I would actually change Ice Cold to Glacial Spike. Has 100% increased duration, so it goes to 8 seconds. This thing can also block because that's collision. And also it makes the enemy afraid because you can just stick a... The chain lasts 3 seconds. So yeah, you have a long window to use the chain. Instead of spamming it twice, it lasts twice as long. Or these cooldown numbers. The damage part. Sure, let's keep it, I guess. I mean, no one really uses that. Instead of cooldown reduction. Glacial Spike has 100% increased duration instead of cooldown reduction. He also notably has a revive talent, which isn't at 20, unlike Math.io has one at 20. I think there might be one more hero with that at 20. But Kel'Thuzad actually gets his at 4, but he needs to charge up. I would change this into probably takedowns. Instead of picking up globes, so you can fight more, because this guy actually needs to always be in fights. And it makes sense for souls to be collected in this, because it's an urn. I probably removed the passive part out. Spell lifesteal. I don't know if you actually want. I should have that, but I would change. This would be other. Electory of Kel'Thuzad. Quest changed to be 10 takedowns. Wipe the enemy team twice, then you can get 1 instant respawn. Let's go over its other abilities. Frost Nova. We have Blighted Frost. It hits harder in the center, which is its sweet spot. It also only roots in its sweet spot. And the root duration is increased to 1.5 seconds. A 50% increase. Blighted Frost is good. We have Icy Grasp. Increases slow to 55%. Every time he damages enemies slowed by Frost Nova, reduces the cooldown of Frost Nova. Again, that's cooldown reduction. I don't really want that. Yes, things that say, like, yeah, every time he hits them, it's because of Death and Decay hits them twice a second. This one also is worded as if whenever he hits them, which is only insane with Death and Decay. I would probably change Icy Grasp. Increases the soul by 20%. Maybe an AoE talent. Because the center is like 1.5 radius, right? Death and Decay has 2 radius. So I think Frost Nova needs a talent that increases its radius by maybe like 20%. Yeah, let's change the cooldown reduction part of Icy Grasp. Remove cooldown parts. Frost Nova also gains 20% increased area of effect. So you can land the root part easily on more heroes, which means you can use Death and Decay and Shadow Fissure on more than one hero. And then he actually doesn't have another Frost Nova talent. Oh, it'll be this one, I guess, kind of. But Frost Blast can also trigger this. And since this is actually flat damage, this is affected by spell power, I believe. Master of the Cold Dark. We'll probably say right here. So Hungering Cold is fine. It's more of an other talent. Only applicable. If they're rooted. Maybe extend this to also if they're slowed. And maybe move this to a 20 talent. Enemies that are rooted or slowed take an additional 55 damage each time they're damaged by Kel'Thuzad. Because this one slows, this one also has a lingering slow, but... And this one can be added to have slow, like here, this is a slow, this is a slow. Because he has this thing. You see enemy, you get spell power. Yeah, one increases all damage you deal, one just starts doing the damage. It's kind of weird there. Armor of the Frost Lich. It increases physical armor. Actually... I was thinking if we had a tier where he can pick one active, and we actually put Glacial Spike into that tier. Yeah, we remove that off here, and then we word it as can only be used after gaining 15 blight for each of these things. So yeah, that's why Glacial Spike would be here. So you pick one active. Once again, I kind of cut down on heroes who just have like a million extra actives through talents. So yeah, the cooldown of Glacial Spike is 30 seconds. This thing would technically have a cooldown. And Armor of the Arch Lich That's about 25-second cooldown. Yeah, I'm pretty tempted to. So we have Armor of the Archlich, cooldown to 30 seconds. And we can also make talents, one talent that also affects these things. So I'm like talking about Icy Grasp can also affect Armor of the Archlich slow because that 35% is not just Frost Nova. So we have like these pairs, right? Frost Nova with Armor of the Archlich. Chains of Kel'Thuzad obviously goes with Glacial Spike, which means Phylactery of Kel'Thuzad would go with Death and Decay. So we would actually change this part. We take out, maybe put it into a third talent, but we would say remove cooldown parts. Also increases slow of Armor of the Archlich. So this is maybe hits should charge this. That's why it makes sense with Death and Decay. Accelerated Decay. Maybe change this. Accelerated Decay to ticks faster instead of more damage. Because ticking faster would technically help this one. Quest change to be hit heroes 100 times with abilities. Remove passive. Quest to hit heroes 100 times with abilities. Remove passive parts. So you can pretty much... Yeah, so removing the passive makes it so there's no point to hold it, really. You could just activate it and go back into action until late game where this is a buyback and is essential when you save it. We can make accelerated decay actually. Death and decay takes twice as often. Takes twice as often. DPS is doubled. Death and decay takes twice as often. DPS is doubled. So it would be changed into hitting 4 times a second for 2 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds with Plague Lands. This would be Let's call this miasma. This is new. This will also help charge the phylactery. This one increases the slow armor of the archlich. And then Chains of Kel'Thuzad should have something that is related to the spike. Probably longer chain duration. If we look at the chain's talents, we have increased damage. Damage is okay. It now deals respectable damage with this thing up. Pull reduces the armor. It helps with your burst combo, so that makes sense. It is good. Barbed chains. Strip shields. Steals shields. I don't know if I like that. No wait, yeah, this would be the glacial spike spot. Let's say glacial spike. All level 4 talents can only be used when blight is at least 15. It's the exact same thing from this. Glacial Master of the Cold Dark. Let's say Glacial Spike moved into a talent. Spell power changed. I don't know if I like the spike in power. Let's say spell power changed to 5% to 2.5% spell power per blight, right? 75 divided by 13. Spell power changed to 2.5 per blight. Master of the Cold Dark. Glacial Spike moved into talent. Spell power changed to 2.5 per blight. 2.5%. So at 30, he doesn't really get anything special other than his level 1 talents get a bonus effect. Yeah, I don't like the spike of power. This just smooths him out. So Chains also has we have Glacial Spike. All level 4 talents can only be used when Blight is at least 15. We would probably put this in the order of his basic abilities, which would be Death and Decay, Frost Nova, then Chains. So this thing can probably ice cold. That probably needs a new change. We can have something like let's call this like dark powers. Maximum blight is increased to 40. So you can actually get 100% spell power. I'll probably remove this thing, Power of Ice Crown. So all his spell power comes from his trait. Yeah, we just call this Power of Ice Crown. So this thing is kind of removed. We have something. Okay. Let's go back to chains. We don't have that one. Chains of Ice is okay. I don't want that one. So we have chains. Chains of Ice is fine. And then the third one, we would have something that also benefits Glacial Spike. So we have Chain Link. Chains of Kel'Thuzad and Glacial Spike duration increased by 100%. The Glacial Spike can last 8 seconds. The chain will actually last 6 seconds. Let's call this Chains of Kel'Thuzad chain. Chains of Kel'Thuzad chain. And Glacial Spike duration increased by 100%. So we would have, how many do we have? 1, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Are we really missing that many things? We took out that thing. Chilling Touch, I probably won't use. Yes, Hungry and Cold. That I would probably put as a 20. Also works against slowed enemies. Because he doesn't actually also works against slowed. Enemies that are rooted. Also works against slowed and stunned enemies. But CC has to be applied by him. Also works against slowed, stunned enemies. But CC. But CC crowd control has to be applied by him. Because I believe this just, you can share this with allies. each time they are damaged by Kel'Thuzad. So that's probably a 20 talent. This one might actually could be a 20 talent if I pushed it. Make the max cap bigger. I was thinking of changing this into a passive if possible. So then I was thinking takedowns create a shade where they died. Makes sense with the name, the damned return. So yeah, it lasts 15 seconds just in case you use Death and Decay and you're supposed on cooldown. And then you get a takedown. I think that's definitely worth the 20. We're just also just straight cutting Shifting Malice. The Damned Return is actually a Death and Decay talent. Shade is created on enemy hero body during a takedown instead. Now, let's say passive. Shade is created on enemy hero. It's created from hero during a takedown instead. Passive. Shade is created from enemy hero during a takedown instead. So like, yeah, you kill people, you temporarily create these shades, and they can launch Death and Decay. And then, yeah, this one makes a lot more sense with the shade, because usually one of you can easily miss. So this will leave the pools. So we have... This one is probably, yeah, not a 20 anymore. We don't need this thing. But we have like 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We need 2 more. Let's make some... Oh yeah, here's a bunch of slows. Chilling Touch. Yeah, maybe let's keep Chilling Touch. Because that spell damage should actually be amplified by your spell power. Even though I don't think that hit really hits hard. Let's keep that with these two in the same tier. We have this at what? 1? This should be after. This should be like 7. This should be after 4. So this would be like 13, I think. Or 16. 1, 7, 16. 1, 7, 16, we have 4 there, and then 13 would be, I guess, this miscellaneous things. So we can have Chilling Touch.
Prepare yourselves for battle, heroes.
I'll just change it to attacks,
For this battle,
deal spell damage, and slow by 30% for 2 seconds.
the battle begins in 10 seconds.
Attacks deal spell damage, that works well with your traits.
5, 4,
And the slow by 20% for 2 seconds
1.
makes it hard to escape.
Battle begin.
So yeah, that one's probably better than having it up every 8 seconds. And then we have one more.
I'm loving them heels.
So I was thinking of making something reference his dark ritual. It will be like Butcher 7, nearby minions that die, heal him. Instead, this will be for allies, nearby ally minions that die, restore mana. So I would say each one that dies restore either 1 or 2% mana. Maybe 2% mana. Which would be about like 10 mana per death.
Choose a talent. Triple kill.
Exceptionally done.
Killing spree.
Yeah, this would be 13 talents. Let's call this Dark Ritual. Whoops, this is up here. This is for trait, that's for attack. Yeah, let's call this Dark Ritual. And let's just check Butcher's warding. I'll have something similar. Butcher. The Butcher. I'm talking about this one, Victuals.
Your spirit is strong, mortal. Killing spree. Choose a talent. Keep destroy. Double kill. Triple kill.
Most impressive.
Quad kill.
Exceptionally done.
Such daring.
It'll be every nearby ally minion death heals.
MVP.
Every nearby ally minion death restores 2% of max mana. And then we can put things at their place. We have the ones. These three, I believe, are the same. The fours would be these three. Sevens would be the first ability improvement. We have Miasma. This one needs a name. Let's call this... Let's just steal the name Ice Cold. This is also at 7. Frost Nova gains 20% increased area effect. And then we have the third one is Chains of Ice. So, adds a slow to Chains. The 2 heroics, and at third thing we have these no, we have these ones at 13. Maximum Blight to 40, attacks deal spell damage and slow by 20% for 2 seconds. Every nearby ally minion death restores 2% of max mana. That's good. These are at 13. At 16 we have the hybrid ones. These interact with your chosen ability at 4. We have Accelerated Decay. Pretty much helps this charge twice as fast because Death and Decay ticks twice as often. Just increased slow. Also increased slow armor of the Archlich. This one, Chain Link. Wait, let me check something real fast. This Frost Nova should have like a 10-second cooldown, I think. 8 seconds. This is 10. Maybe that's the old value. And then 10-second cooldown. I was thinking of making this one duration increased by 200%. Glacial Spike to talent, spell power to 2.5% blight. Wait, where did I put Glacial Spike? Duration to 5 seconds. Duration is at 5 because all over that's gonna be only set. Let's have this part first. Duration to 5 seconds, and then we mention that all level 4 taunts. Let's put this actually up here. All level 4 taunts can only be used when Blight is at least 15. So chain duration goes up to 9 seconds. You have an enormous window. Cooldown is 10 seconds. The spike duration goes from 5 to 15. So you can actually use chains on it twice in a single cast. Its uptime is 50%. That's the reason I chose these numbers. So these are at 16. Icy Grasp. Maybe we can up the slow. $35. 20% is pretty much a 50% increase in slow. That's why they chose 20%, I guess. Move cooldown part slow increased to 35%. And effects. So the slow is actually doubled because these are 16 talents. They're very strong. You have a very heavy slow. Remove cooldown part slow increased to 35% and affects armor of the Archlich. This one, the uptime is pretty small. It's fine. And then we have these two 20s, the Damned Return. And Hungry Cold is just bonus damage. So yeah, this should be done. And then you get to see a Kel'Thuzad on my team. And yeah, this is it.
Where's the emergency?
Well, this isn't global. Easy backdoor.
MVP.
Let's just do one more because morales is so boring. So yeah, side note is you can see his scaling for his abilities are 2.5%, which is unstandard. 4% is the standard version. That is because of his trait, right? It adds insane spell power. That's why his base abilities do not scale as fast as standard. This all melee draft, alright. This should be very interesting. We are against one anti-tank for melees. Blaze is pretty much melee. I mean, it should be good for me. I just need the Karazims to make sure I don't die. Okay, that's all for day 13. See you next time.